Sorry about that, guys. My internet cut off and ended my stream. It's fucking annoying. I wish, yeah, bro. My internet was a person. I wish I could Avada Kedavra it. It's getting on my nerves, you know. Shit. Yeah. I think that's how internet companies get you to pay more for more expensive internet. They probably intentionally slow down your internet you currently have until you cough up some more dough for more expensive plans. That shouldn't be the case. So it's like super gross. All right, what am I doing? Okay, grade. Griff, your feather, horn. Okay, let's see.
Professor Howard will never believe this.
Or oh, okay. Shut up. Okay, good. My mic is good. All right, let's see. Wait, if I put Nightwing in my vivarium, would I still be to use him? But he has to have it with. I have to take him out and have him. Let's see. Do this one.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
It's been ages since I've found.
I'll just Bombarda.
Bombarda! Confringo!
It isn't Nora Treadwell's target.
Defender!
You're a hypocrite, Peter. You battle get. No.
The beasts around here can sleep a bit easier now.
Okay, go to the Forbidden Forest. Ooh, look at this.
Here's one of those tables Professor Shaw mentioned.
Let's check out. Ooh, gonna be a tough one. I line up the stars with this outline here. There it goes. Damn. I was getting somewhere. Oh, okay. Damn. We're getting somewhere. There we go. Okay, that for me. Nice. Okay. Right. Still getting used to this. The broom controls. So far, so good.
This is where Saccharissa said to go. And where are those booba tubers? Revelio.
Oh shit.
Just my luck. A troll. Crucio. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo. Potato. Crucio. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo.
Shit.
Potato. Crucio. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo. Crucio. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo.
Damn.
Revelio.
Beach juice. Also put an upgrade, so if I kill any first enemies, I get a little bit of health.
Revelio.
That'd be in the server.
Show you how I'm gonna enjoy this. Let me out!
Defender. Confringo. Revelio.
Alright, 5 YouTubers. Oh, where were it? Is that a cave? I think I just went in there. Oh, there we go.
Oh, that smells awful. Only 4 more, thank goodness. Revelio.
Who would do it show up blue anymore? I think I can't fast walk when I crawl.
Revelio.
None of you have a headrest on your shoulders if you didn't have me keeping you in.
This place has seen better days. Revelio.
The hell? What was attracting me? What? Hope so, please.
Confringo. Defendo. Confringo. Defendo. Confringo.
Pathetic display.
I'm not gonna help him. My turn.
Crucio. Bombarda. Defender. Confringo.
That the dodge. Why didn't you dodge?
Defender. Bombarda. Confringo. Protego. Crucio. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
No.
That should do it. I'd better get back to Saccharissa now.
Bank account. Go.
These rocks have seen better days. Revelio. Crucio. Defender. Protego. Confringo. Bombarda.
You're asleep. Thought we'd forget about that goblin helm you nicked. You try casting, but you're that hypocrite. Think you're the little son that saved Treadwell.
Bombarda. Defender. Confringo. Stupid one.
You dare say one of my own?
Protego.
You will fall!
Confringo. Revelio. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Defender. Crucio. Bombarda. Confringo. Defender. Protego. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
Levioso!
Crucible. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Aloha Mora.
Out of the way. Yeah, okay, I can still fly with high wing.
High wing. Go.
Ooh, another camp. Let's interrupt it.
Defender. Confringo. Bombarda.
Loud as a troll you are.
Revelio.
Right here.
Enjoy stealing hippogriffs, do you?
Reducto!
Confringo.
Chaos!
Defender. Bombarda.
Reducto!
Don't try that expelling.
Confringo. What have you done?
I'll get that goblin helm back. Hopefully by rummaging your corpse.
Crucio.
Make it
Bombarda.
slippery little it isn't.
Revelio.
Confringo!
More.
Reducto!
Incendio!
Reducto!
Bombarda.
Confringo!
Confringo.
Oh, no, thank you. Let's get back. Wow, it's views amazing. What?
Saccharissa, I found the tubers you needed.
Splendid. I hope it wasn't too much trouble. May I have them?
Of course. Happy to have found them for you.
Thank you. And your payment, of course. Now I can begin perfecting my potion to save our poor pimply peers. Don't know who should be more grateful, I or our unsightly spotty classmates. One day the wizarding world will know my name, and you will have been a small part of it.
Oh, I'm X-Men. Your store has some items to sell.
Come in. Sorry if there's a smell. New batch of toad-hide. I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome.
There's Honeydew.
I miss the old credit gold pony.
Well, hello there. Come in, look around, and if you've been eating chocolate frogs, please refrain from touching. I've heard that our dear Clementine drew you into her butterfly escapades. Unusual girl. Still, it takes... I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about.
Well, I want a new spell. Configuration. Leave me, bird. The field guide.
So this is the underground harbor. Revelio.
Like the field guide from the book on efficient library.
On a slide! You must try it!
Confringo. Defender.
You got me in trouble. Sorry, I'm just getting back.
A girl in our
Library.
That book Professor Weasley asked.
Looking for the book Intermediate Transfiguration.
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll give you this book if you humour me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
Quiz?
Some people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence, I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the other students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork. Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do.
Oh yeah, Ravenclaw.
Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
A quiz sounds like fun.
Splendid! Just a few questions and then I'll hand over this book. Let us begin. Before the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
The Golden Snidget.
Correct!
Oh really?
The Snidget was first introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct. Next question. Which potion is commonly referred to as liquid luck?
Let's see. Tough one. I think I'll have to go with my first choice.
Felix Felicis.
Well done! Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all organised competitions. The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
Ooh, Deathly Hallows. I'll throw it back to the movie with that one.
The Deathly Hallows.
Correct! According to Beedle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consists of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Which ball in Quidditch is the largest?
Oh, that's Stitch. It's just small, tiny.
The Quaffle.
That's right! When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch match, their team is awarded 10 points. True or false? Polyjuice Potion allows the drinker to change species.
Oh, this one. Change species. I saw this in Goblet of Fire. When Professor Moody turned to a person was in person Professor Moody using Polyjuice. But they changed to another human, not to a species, so I'll have to say false.
False.
Correct. While Polyjuice Potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose this has gone on long enough. I'll put the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you. And I won't be giving you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult.
I'm sorry. I don't have time for a quiz at the moment.
Let me know if you change your mind. I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio ought to make quick work of this. Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
Transfiguration. Doors. Yeah, it's always hard.
The Daedalian.
Oh, hello. I heard Professor Weasley transfigured the book with all her
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor?
Yes, the transformation spell. But first, I'd like you to carry out a couple of tasks which will help you to complete your field guide. Attend my transfiguration class once you've done them, and we can begin the lesson.
Oh, I'll put a talk to her. Class.
Settle down, settle down. Transfiguration, as you may be weary of hearing me say, is an exact science that can take a lifetime to master. But we needn't be daunted. Almost anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you, tremendous witches and wizards, every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight. Now, you all know what to do.
That's pretty cool. Go.
Beautifully done.
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor?
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed, and frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making good use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course, the guide isn't the only measure of success. I've heard that you can brew an impressive Edurus potion. Hopefully, you won't need it anytime soon, but it is a valuable potion to have when it is needed.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your extracurricular activities. Were your meetings with Professor Black's house elf and exploration of various caves down by the lake connected in any way to Professor Fig?
Not at all. I was, intrigued by stories of a giant squid and wanted to learn more. I encountered Scrope, who seemed delighted to share what he knew.
I see. I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then, well done. You are dismissed.
Ooh. Learning spell. Let's see. Transform objects and enemies into alternative forms, wither, puzzle, illusions, or harmless knick-knack.
Since our visit to Feldcroft, something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
My plan with the helmet failed, but I have another idea. I think we may be able to find what we need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there, and bring someone who speaks gobbledygook.
Oh yeah, the flux. Dog wound death can. Yeah.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Come on in. Oh, not so fast. You need to tread carefully in here. Venomous tentacula.
Trying pumping cabbages has been helpful. Small pots, large pots. For now, I'll just buy them. I'll go them later.
Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far. Doors always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
Acquire all 3 combat plants and use them simultaneously. The mandrake and a venomous tentacle. Flippendo. Let's go meet our homie Sebastian. All right, let's see. Yeah, how far do I need to be hogging me to fly? Okay, there we go.
Abandoned long ago, no doubt.
Anne is getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting your help.
Right here.
Meet me outside of Feldcroft, near the catacomb.
I came as soon as I could.
I'd been so distracted by the scriptorium and Slytherin's book that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible. You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and discovered an abandoned mine nearby. surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea, but perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
Or detection.
We need to see what they're doing, but let's not draw their attention.
Very well.
And I still have that rune symbol we found on the triptych. If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you.
Silent as a grave. There they are up ahead.
I'll let you lead.
Get my hands on big for that.
I'll use the transformation spell.
Kill anyone who tries.
Ranrock's loyalists are out for blood.
Revelio.
This is going well.
We make a good team.
We do at that.
Alright, let's see. Want to avoid as tension as possible.
Once again, we could fight our way through or be discreet.
You know which one I'd choose.
Wouldn't mind a plum job at Gringotts. Suit me, sitting around all day. Mind you, I suppose it could get a bit boring.
Damn.
Hello? Quiet. Too quiet, if you ask me. Quiet as a grapple. I have a brother who works at Gringotts. Couldn't pay me enough to sit behind a desk all day.
Okay, we made it.
Sleep on my feet.
For better or for worse, we're in. Revelio. I don't see any goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting for even a spider to prey on.
Somebody there! An intruder!
Hogwarts loyalists are in here?
Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want. Revelio.
That ledge is awfully high. Any ideas?
Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa.
Must be something around here that can help.
Revelio. Confringo.
What else? No chest. Where is it?
Revelio.
Oh, down below.
Wingardium Leviosa.
On.
Perhaps we can find something to levitate.
It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs, or the soulless eyes, or the venomous fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Smashing.
Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Revelio. Reparo.
Ooh. Which spider is it?
Confringo. Bombarda. Crucial. Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo. Protego. Revelio.
We're making quick work of them.
Professor Hecat would be proud.
She would at that. Ranrock's
Confringo.
royals all declared war.
Shit. Ouch.
Bombarder. Confringo. Oh. Revelio. Lumos. Confringo. Lumos.
Out of my way. That's right. And the fuck back.
We've still not seen a single rune symbol.
I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment.
An unwelcome distraction.
We have another fight on our hands.
Why am I not surprised?
Bring me a dozen humans to battle. I'll take them all. Run the other way. Someone's here.
Crucible.
Defender. You're making this too easy.
Bombardment.
Why he's coming back this way? Defender. Let's get
Bombardment. Confringo. Defender. Stupefy. Bombarder. We're not finished yet. It's almost as if they were waiting. Bombarder. Confringo. Defender. Confringo. Bombarder. Arresto momentum. Levioso.
Ah, shit didn't work.
Defender. Crucible. Confringo. Bombarder.
We certainly cleared the room.
I don't know why Gryffindors get credit for bravery. We Slytherins are teeming with it.
And we're much a rune symbol above the cabin door.
Ranrock's loyalists never knew to look for it. Revelio.
Don't see myself doing this sort of thing forever, though. Fancy I'll have my own operation worked out one day. People working for me.
I wouldn't be surprised to find a couple more rune symbols.
Alright, so
Revelio. Confringo!
There we go.
Revelio! Confringo! Wingardium Leviosa!
Right there. What's up here? Okay.
Perhaps try casting at them in a different order. And be as quick as you can.
Revelio.
Oh, it's the third one. I didn't know that.
Wasn't expecting that.
There you go.
What do you have there?
A journal entry by Isadora.
Hopefully it will help us unravel more of this mystery.
Sebastian, I think I found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still,
Revelio.
Something about this place feels odd.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Check on Sebastian.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft, and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the Keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
Here's are some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there.
Yeah.
This place is odd, to be sure, but I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Unless we can find another passageway to the Undercroft. Let's have a look around.
And now for the moment of truth.
It has to fit.
Oh, we're back at Hogwarts.
Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble. I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Marrenweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
A friendly goblin. He wants no part in Ranrock's fight.
A friendly goblin? You know, goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins are...
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
You don't know what you're saying. Take a breath for a moment.
Oh, I know precisely what I'm saying. Unbelievable.
I don't think he's mad at me. I'll speak with Poppy.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Oh, doing broomsticks. Snack. Still eating with the mask on.
Trolls have no business in Hogsmeade. Over here.
This is a change of pace from our last outing.
Don't remind me. The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil. I've been thinking about those poor dragons in the fighting ring. The collars they were wearing, they appeared to be goblin silver. I think a collar is precisely what we found at that poacher camp. I've never known poachers to use anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
That's a good idea. We need to see this through.
I'll start looking into it right away. There was something else that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to press it before. It seems I may have caused you more trouble with Victor Rookwood. Why is he after you?
Rookwood is working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts. Fig had a portkey that led us there after the dragon attack. It's a bit of a long story, and Fig had asked that I not speak of it yet.
Goodness. Well, that certainly helps to shed light on what we saw at the tent. Don't worry, I'll guard your secret as if it were my own. I shan't press for more details. In fact, I should probably be going. I'd like to track that dragon down as soon as I can. I'll let you know when I have news of her location.
Oh yeah, Natty. Forgot about her.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Theophilus Harlow came by here looking for Mr. Bickle. Very concerning.
It's like a plane.
I have some promising news about the location of our Hebridean dragon friend and where to return her you-know-what. Meet me in the town circle in Hogsmeade.
What are you up to now?
Is this Mr. Bickle's home?
I believe so. He supposedly has evidence against Harlow. We need to speak with him.
Where are you, Archie?
Are you all right? We're looking for Mr. Bickle.
My husband is dead. He killed him.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Bickle. Who killed your husband?
Theophilus Harlow. I'm sure of it. He's been threatening my husband for weeks and... Oh, where is my son? Where is Archie?
I don't mean to be grim, but could Harlow have taken him?
Archie's satchel is missing, so he may have left on his own. Hopefully he's just gone wandering, as he's prone to do. I hope he wasn't here when my husband...
Do you know which way Archie might have gone?
He has a little hideout in the forest south of here. He never wanders far. But if he witnessed Harlow doing something to his father, I'm afraid to leave, in case he comes back home.
Is there anything more you can tell me about Harlow?
He's Victor Rookwood's second in command. A miserable, awful creature. Vicious and murderous.
What reason would Harlow have to kill your husband?
My husband had been looking into Harlow's dealings and discovered some of what he's been up to. I begged him to leave it alone, but he was convinced that...
We'll find your son, Mrs. Bickle.
Thank you. What am I going to do?
Please do not worry, Mrs. Bickle. We will bring Archie home. When I took the letter we found to Officer Singer, she told me about Mr. Bickle. He had been doing the same thing we are, providing Officer Singer with evidence to take down Harlow. I had hoped to speak with him about what he had found, but we were too late.
What did Officer Singer say about the letter you brought her?
She thanked me, but she clearly felt that it was not enough. It is a shame that hippogriffs cannot speak. Your friend Highwing could provide all the evidence against Harlow that we need. We will need something more. This must be little Archie's hideout that Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Archie?
Revelio.
Archie Bickle! He would not have done this to his own hideout. Someone came here looking for him. Revelio may be our only hope of finding out which way he went. There! Archie's footprints. He went this way. I thought we would have found Archie by now.
I suspect he'll keep running if he's being followed.
If it is Harlow that's pursuing him, I only hope you're right. Men like Harlow will not think twice about killing a child. We must find Archie quickly. Wolves! Prepare for a fight.
Bombarda. Crucial. Defender. Protego.
I should say shit, I should not use dark magic.
Bombarda. Confringo. Crucial. Defender.
Gryffindor.
I hope Archie didn't cross paths with that wolf pack.
Revelio.
Look around.
Oh, this is bag.
Archie's satchel. Why would he leave it behind?
He was likely running from Harlow, distracted. This may be a good time for Revelio again.
Revelio.
Archie went this way.
I said when he's crucial, and I said don't use dark magic. Yeah. You notice.
I have a bad feeling about this. Harlow must have a reason for pursuing Archie.
I wonder what Archie saw. I hope he didn't see Harlow kill his father.
He would never overcome it. At least not in any way I can imagine.
Revelio.
A fork in the road. We will need Revelio again. Multiple sets of footprints. Oh, Harlow caught up to him here. This is not good. They went this way.
Revelio.
Thestrals. They are beautiful, are they not?
You can see Thestrals too.
I witnessed death when I was 9. Saw my first Thestral shortly thereafter. I found comfort in it. I still do. I think those of us who have witnessed death... comfort.
I'm sorry you experienced something like that at so young an age. Revelio.
I was with my father when he died. My mother was away, and I felt quite helpless. It was a long time ago in some ways, but in other ways, it seems like it was only yesterday. I still see him so clearly.
You must miss him.
My father was a wonderful man. Let us keep moving. We must find Archie.
Confringo!
Revelio.
Bombarda! Expulso!
Hearing thing.
Incendio! Ready to scurry back to Hogwarts! You'll need to be quicker than that! Expulso! If you could only... Defender!
No! Knew you were about. Ha! You're easier to spot than an eruption.
Potato!
Crucial.
You'll regret that!
You're going to regret that. I'm just warming up.
Confringo.
Oh.
They got
I
what
really
they
just warming up.
deserved.
Yeah, might as well. This I need to implement. Go there. Need Flipendo.
Did not expect this tent to be so large on the inside. That complicates things a little. Hush now.
You don't think he saw it happen, do you? He's just a child. We should...
Trevicus totalis. Revelio. Trevicus totalis. Revelio.
I was only getting past them.
They got what they deserved.
Yeah, straight.
Revelio.
There you go.
I need your help.
Archie Bickle.
How do you know who I am?
Your mother sent us to find you.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Not too loud, Archie.
Sorry.
We need to get this open. Aloha, Mora.
A man called Harlow. He killed my father.
We're so sorry, Archie. We won't let him get away with it. But first we need to get you home to your mother.
Thank you for saving me.
We wouldn't have it any other way, Archie. Now let's get you home. We know a safe way back.
Alright. All in good day's work. Okay, I thought I was frozen.
Oh, Archie, you're here! Oh, you're safe.
Mother? Oh, Mother. Father's friends are in danger. I heard the people who took me talking about them.
Which friends, darling?
Mr. and Mrs. Rabe, Mr. Filbert, and I think they also said Otto's name.
Oh, I shall speak with them. You run inside.
Yes, Mother.
Your husband's friends may be in danger.
Just as he was.
How can we help?
You've done enough. My husband was a powerful wizard and couldn't defeat Harlow. The last thing we need is that monster coming after you.
It may be too late for that. I'm afraid Harlow's already after us.
Then you needn't anger him further. I assure you, the threat could be a lot worse. Please, please keep your distance.
I'm sorry again about your husband, Mrs. Bickle.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing Archie home. I can never repay the two of you for your kindness.
Not to worry, Mrs. Bickle. My father used to say that rain does not fall on one roof alone. We are here to help each other. I must learn more about Mr. Bickle's friends and why Harlow is after them. You'll be hearing from me as soon as I know something. Thank you for your help today.
Aloha, Mora. Revelio.
It's not upstairs.
Muggles have made life hard for us since the dawn.
Aren't you the student who ran all those goblin loyalists off?
Hello, Mr. Semi.
What can I do for you?
What do you have for sale?
What can I help you with today? I hope to see you again sometime.
Revelio.
With me. I believe she has learned about some of what we've been up to. I'm hoping she may be easier on me if you are there.
Alright, quick recap. I tried to do the battle arc, try to beat it, but no avail. I'll get it some soon. I don't want to be multiple. I don't want to have to die multiple times in my video, and I have to take that out. Man, it's a hassle. Where's my... That's me, it's special. I hope he's not mad at me again.
There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there.
You're here. Good.
Sebastian, that relic you mentioned.
I believe one of Slytherin's students stumbled upon the relic during an assignment to study sarcophagi in this catacomb. From what I read in a report by the student, they weren't permitted to take it with them, so I must assume it's still here. As I mentioned earlier, this relic grants its holder the power to reverse dark magic curses. If it's in this catacomb, I have to find it. For Anne. I need to see her.
I'd be interested to know what else the student discovered.
Have a look. Unfortunately, there's no name on it, but I suspect if it was important enough for Slytherin to stash in his spellbook, it's worthy of further study.
I'm ready to explore the catacomb. Perhaps we can visit Anne when we've finished.
Perfect. By the way, Ominous has been asking about you. You didn't tell him what we were doing, did you?
I didn't. I promise.
Good. Ominous would be livid if he knew what we were about to do. I'll be interested to compare what lies inside to what I've read about this catacomb.
Lumos.
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 I'm sure that foul smell is the scent of success.
What's in the catacombs?
Try not to lose your nerve just yet.
Confringo. Defender. Bombarda.
Confringo! Defend us! At least now we know we're not alone in here.
Perhaps that was it. And the rest of the tomb will be insect-free.
Yeah, spiders aren't insects.
Don't start.
Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa! Opening all of these is tempting. Revelio. Accio.
We're here? This room is taller than it looks.
Revelio.
Så det är någon från that.
Lumos. Levioso. Glacius. Arresto Momentum. Levioso. Glacius. Confringo. Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
What else? That's
Accio.
Watch your step. I nearly slipped there.
oh. I fell for a trap.
Defender. Confringo. Bombardo.
We've rid the world of all this grass. It no longer feels like a tomb. I've read about
Confringo.
expansion efforts and ran into problems, often cave-ins.
And then we're abandoned.
Exactly. We'll be fine, though.
Will we? We shall see.
Crucial. Defender. Bombardo. Confringo. Revelio. Accio.
Now this is the sort of great room I want to be buried in.
Surrounded by grandeur.
Grandeur and then some. Even an altar with a pile of bones. Lovely.
Bones outside a sarcophagus. Seems odd. Accio. There's something here by the altar. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo.
Yes. What's in here?
We've made it this far, but clearly we have more to do.
Ashbet Loom, where's Loom?
Lumos. Revelio.
So I forgot. Where's
Accio. Revelio. I need to find a safe way across. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Accio. Lumos.
Looping, hold on, buddy.
Revelio. Reparo. Lumos.
I wonder him see.
Reparo. Lumos. Incendio. Reparo. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
There we go.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Bones. I'll use the boneless bridge.
Rickety bone bridge complete. Incendio.
Alright.
Confringo. Leviosa.
Let's see.
Accio. Revelio.
Yes.
Accio. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Incendio. Accio. Incendio.
We've read the world.
Accio.
I shall sleep better tonight. What did you find?
Looks like part of a student's diary. It mentions plans to return for the relic and conjuring barricades using bones.
Of course. The student's summary referenced a space beyond the Great Room, which means this can't be a dead end. Let's divide and conquer. You work on sorting out the bone barricades, I'll look around and see what we missed. Hold on to that diary entry. There may be more to it.
It does mention something else. It says their next assignment was learning the Imperius Curse.
Really? Ooh. Interesting. We need to focus on moving beyond this room. But let me think for a moment.
Do you think the pages were left here on purpose?
Slytherin mentioned a student who excelled in charms and always carried a satchel stuffed full of notes. They might have been left on purpose, or the student may have simply dropped them.
Of course. I'll start to search for those barricades.
Brilliant. There's more to this than even I imagined. Look, bones stacked oddly on either side of this archway.
Leave no stone unturned. Or in this case, no bone.
Accio, Wingardium Leviosa.
Accio. We're in the tomb. I assume eerie sounds come with the territory.
Wingardium Leviosa.
There we go.
You've done it. I knew we'd get through. I felt it in my bones.
Nice.
Lumos.
Before we trudge on further, I've just realized something. The student's diary mentions the Imperious Curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to need it here. It's an unforgivable.
Ooh, another unforgivable.
But useful when you're outnumbered. Places the victim completely under the caster's control. So, if you'd like to learn Imperio, I can teach you.
Ooh.
Where did you learn the Imperious Curse?
I taught myself. Don't tell Ominous that I've told you. It's not exactly something I can brag about, but it may come in handy. I think you ought to know it.
Shouldn't I know more about what the curse entails?
Remember the blasting curse? Same idea, except when it comes to unforgivable curses, your intention has to be clear. You have to mean it.
Go for it.
It's probably wise to know the spell.
I couldn't agree more. A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable. You have a lot at stake. You have an ability that evidently no one's seen for centuries. Focus your wand movement. It's not an easy spell to master.
To go. Imperio.
Here we go. Something troubling ahead. Be on your guard.
Let's try it. Unforgivable Curse, Imperio, temporary forces enemies to fight as if they were your companion. While under your control, they take reduced damage from other enemies to prolong their allegiance to you. Also curses the victim and curse enemies take extra damage.
Imperio. Confringo. Defender. Bombarda. Confringo. Accio. Revelio. Confringo. Imperio.
Let's see it. Let's see the Imperial go to work.
Confringo.
Ooh, damn, I like it.
Potato. Confringo. Bombarda. Defender. Confringo. Imperial. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda.
such a mess.
Bit dramatic, isn't it? Revelio. Reparo. Incendio. Confringo. Revelio.
This catacomb has suffered decay, just as the student's summary described.
I doubt anyone's been here in quite some time.
Oh, I like the Imperial Crystal so far. They have under my control. Well, I'm gonna work this on the troll.
Another barricade. Considering how well you did on the last one, it should be a cinch.
How gracious of you.
I try.
Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Incendio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio.
I think it's a combination of two. Oops.
Accio.
That worked. Keep going.
Revelio.
It use now.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
All right.
Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
This one.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
You are head and shoulders above these bones. Nicely done.
Lumos.
I see why Slytherin's student was so entranced with this place.
Bet. Good work.
For a moment there, I thought that'd never end.
Confringo!
Dead end. Lovely. All that for nothing.
Hold on. Don't give up yet.
Things.
Sebastian! The relic! Look!
Could it be?
The note and rendition of the relic. It matches. This must be where the student left the relic.
I can't believe it. After all this, it lines up. We've really found it.
What do you suppose is meant by the dark sacrifice required to realize the relic's potential?
I have no idea. But we're here for the relic.
Get it.
I'm willing to ignore what the journal entry says. We're taking the relic.
Agreed. This is meant to be. For Anne's sake, I'm taking it. Let's get to Feldcroft. I must keep this relic secret, especially from my uncle.
Revelio!
Is that ominous?
Ominous? Oh shit.
Ominous. The sounds we kept hearing. It was you.
You gave me no choice. I had to follow you. Sebastian, please, leave the relic alone. We can find another way to help Anne.
I'm sorry, Ominous, but I'm taking it.
No, you're not. If you won't put it back, then I will.
Hold on, both of you. Sebastian, please, take a step back.
Fine, but Ominous knows I won't step back from a fight.
Can't believe this.
How much did you hear?
Everything. I heard you encourage Sebastian to take the relic.
Sebastian's done his research. He knows what he's doing.
Sebastian makes things sound easy when they could be impossible or dangerous. We need to stop him.
And if nothing will change his mind?
Something has to. I need your help.
Ah, shit.
Sebastian's right. We need that relic.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up.
Are you willing to sacrifice your friendship over this?
I might be. How could I choose to stand by and watch him do this?
What if the choice wasn't yours? You wouldn't be to blame for what happens.
What in the world are you suggesting? Imperium?
Now that you say it out loud, it sounds absurd. But I have another idea. We allow Sebastian to leave with the relic under one condition. After this, no more.
I feel that's what we agreed to in the scriptorium. I'm being taken for a fool.
You're not, Ominous. This may be the only way to keep your friendship intact. Let's trust him to know what's best.
Fine. If I trust him on this, I'm trusting you too. The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late. Go then. Leave with the relic. I'll not say a word more. I hope I don't regret this.
Sebastian, we're ready.
What is it? I haven't changed my mind.
Ominous has. Let's go.
What? Ominous?
I'll explain on the way. Come on.
Alright, I'll be able to convince him.
Well, what happened back there?
Ominous and I found a compromise.
Ominous simply needs a moment with you and he'll change his mind. Is that it?
I told him we ought to give you this chance, that the relic is too important to ignore.
There has to be more to it than that. Tell me.
We agreed on what was needed, Sebastian. You have my word.
I never wanted to keep all this from Ominous. He just doesn't understand. And I didn't want to worry him all over again.
Yeah, where is he? Oh, I think I'm going the wrong way.
As we were leaving, Ominous wouldn't even acknowledge me. That's not like him.
He was troubled, Sebastian. Even though we agreed to it all, it's been a lot to take in.
I thought he understood. He knew we couldn't give up. All of this is too important. For Anne.
Travel is always much more enjoyable with a friend.
Nah, can't do it. Can't fast travel.
When we get to Feldcroft, I'd rather Anne not know what had to be done to get this relic. She thinks like Ominous. It'd only upset her.
The hell's all that black smoke?
Oh no, this isn't good.
What is it?
Smoke, over there, by the hamlet. Feldcroft's in trouble. They're under attack.
Let's hurry.
Such arrogance. Imperial, no! Defender, Imperial. Bombard. We'll make them. Defender. Potato. Stupid time. Stop provoking them. Defender. We have to fight.
What are we doing? We're doing that, bro.
Uncle, to the right!
Bombarder.
They're closing in!
Revelio. You'll not win here.
Sebastian, be careful! Mind!
We've got them. They'll retreat. We'll make them retreat. Aloha, Mora. I'm handling it. Revelio. Imperial. Defender. Bombarder. We have to fight. Wait a moment. Bombarder. Someone there. Defender. Confringo. Bombarder.
No shit. Oh shit. He's Imperial and that totally got off himself. Holy shit.
Boy! What have you
The
done?
the fuck?
Saved my sister.
With an unforgivable curse. From that damned book, no doubt. Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastian. Stay away from her. From all of us.
What did my uncle expect me to do? The Imperious curse saved Anne's life. That goblin was going to kill her.
You know, actually, I'm side with him. He did the right thing.
You did what you had to do.
If I have to keep proving that to my uncle, I will. He cannot banish me from my own home. From my sister.
It might be best to let him calm down a while. May I speak to him? Perhaps I can help to ease the tension a bit.
You may be right. Very well. Probably best if I get away from here for a while. I'll head back to Hogwarts.
Revelio. Revelio.
What was he thinking?
Pardon me, Mr. Sallow.
What Sebastian did was inexcusable. You cannot possibly be about to defend him.
Sebastian and I have encountered Ranrock's loyalists before. That goblin would have killed Anne.
This family does not resort to using dark magic, even against our enemies. What Sebastian did cannot be undone.
That you are defending Sebastian's behavior at all tells me everything I need to know.
Oh, fuck off.
You are as guilty as he is.
Fuck up, bro.
Sebastian is to come nowhere near Feldcroft, nowhere near Anne. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason. If I hear that either of you continues down this path, if either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Why, Sebastian?
Perhaps I could change it, right?
Revelio. Revelio. What do we have here? A demiguise.
Ooh. Oh, it's an owl. Damn. He had to do it. No, I'm agreeing with Sebastian. He had to do it, or the goblin will kill Anne. Okay. Keep going. It's been a while since I used a Merlin trial.
Castle must have been quite stately in its time. I know a Merlin trial when I see one. Reparo. Revelio. Reparo.
Ooh, I grab around something.
Revelio.
Obviously, this goes somewhere.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Reparo. Not so tricky after all, Merlin.
Oh, okay. I thought I had to put a cube somewhere.
time I see Fig or that student, I'll give them what they deserve.
Imperial! Hello? You think you're clever, don't you? Imperial. Bombarder. Confringo. Revelio. I don't have time for this. Imperial. Confringo. Defender. Bombarder. Protego. Confringo. Accio. Incendio. Bombarder. Defender. Revelio.
Who lived here?
Revelio.
That solves that.
Confringo. Imperial. Defender. Bombarder. Confringo. Confringo. Defender. Imperial. Bombarder. Glacier. Incendio. Accio. Defender. Bombarder. Confringo. Protego. Imperial. Defender. Bombarder. Confringo.
But then I use it simultaneously.
Defender! Confringo! Bombarder! Defender!
Okay.
Revelio.
Oh, let's go on. Sorry, I felt that. That's my internet a little bit. Let's go to Hogsmeade. Got some stuff to sell.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Come on in. Healing potions are a speciality here, should you need any. I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
You're back. Nice to see you again. What are we looking for today? Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
I just have to start planning my own.
hope you're not here for a knotgrass sprig, because I'm not entirely sure I have them in stock. Well, what say we show you some of what's available? Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far. Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far. Doors always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
It's my room requirements. Like 11 minutes. I figure I could use my offensive. Brew some potions. That's all I want to test my chat on screen. Okay, good. Works. Nice. Oh, can I put another one? Ooh. Slytherin green. Well, alright, let's put another potion. Station.
You should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Actually, let's remove that. Why is it here? If something I can use, then I'll put it. Okay. Speak of Sebastian.
Gryffindor.
Oh god. The little clown got me in trouble. Getting back. Use Confringo on him.
Galleons and a historian's.
That life is behind me. You.
Did you speak with my uncle?
I wish I had better news about your uncle and Anne.
Don't think I've forgotten about your goblin friend. I haven't. But I appreciate you setting our earlier discussion aside for now. Well, what did he say?
I'm afraid he wants you nowhere near Feldcroft. Nor Anne.
I had to stop that goblin from killing my sister. He had no right to banish me from my own twin. If he thinks banishing me means I'm going to give up on Anne, he's sorely mistaken.
He also said he cannot excuse the use of dark magic in any form, and that if he hears of either of us using it, he'll go straight to Professor Black.
Huh? That relic dark magic or not, is the key to saving Anne. To reverse that curse. I will not lose Anne for good. I should send the crest to Anne. She'll know that we need to meet.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
Nothing, just a thought. Now I'm more determined than ever to learn what power that relic has.
What did you mean you'd send Anne a crest so that she'd know to meet you?
We just lost our parents, and we were packing up to go and live with Solomon. We couldn't take everything. She was carefully organizing her prized possessions, a box of artifacts she'd collected to do with our family. Jewelry, cards, old photographs. She got to her favorite, a handmade crest, and without a second thought, she handed it to me. "This will keep you safe," she said. "It holds no enchantment, but I've kept it with me since. That's how I can reach Anne. I'll get the crest to her with plans to meet."
Be careful, Sebastian. Your uncle could intercept it. We'll be expelled.
Even if Ominous is upset with us, he has no love lost for his family. He'd use their connections to the headmaster if we needed his help.
I shall wait to hear from you then.
Thank you. I very much appreciate you standing by me through all of this. I'll send you an owl when I have news.
Oh yeah, I talked about.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade? I didn't keep you waiting, did I?
Not at all. I was just at the post office. Gran told me to expect a package, but it looks as if she forgot to send it. She didn't send me an owl this week either. Perhaps she's busy with her research.
What was she sending you?
Only some feed she's been developing. I was going to give it to Professor Howen for the measles.
What kind of research is she doing?
It varies from week to week, but it's always to do with creatures. Last week she was studying leg knots in plimpies.
What did you find out about the dragon you were tracking?
I realized that she didn't know the poachers had her egg, so when she left Horntail Hall, she would have headed straight to her nest. I went back to the tent and tracked her flight.
Ooh. That's good.
How do you track a dragon long after she's gone?
Tree canopies, burn marks, things like that.
Well done. You certainly know what you're doing.
I can't be certain, but I have an idea of one place she may have been heading. I thought we might go and see it for ourselves.
Of course. Shall we leave now?
If that's all right. I want to see how she's faring if she had a collar on. And she's likely frantic about her egg. Here we are. I do think this is where we'll find her. The terrain's typical of where the breed would nest. I suspect it's how the poachers found her to begin with. They likely camped here and logged her patterns. Perhaps nabbed her first and then her egg. Dragons are hard enough to wrangle, let alone maternal ones.
You got all of that from simply standing here?
You'd be surprised how easy it is to think like a poacher. Shall we see if she's home? We only need to return her egg.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We should be in and out. Then we can be finished with the poachers once and for all.
If you're right about finding her here, how do we go about returning the egg?
Her nest will likely be in the heart of her den, which she will be keeping guard over. It might also be more charred than anywhere else, I imagine.
Well then, let's find our dragon and return her egg.
Wonderful. If she sees us flying about, she might take it as a sign of aggression or food. We should stay on foot. Oh, and one more thing. Let's not agitate her. Goodness knows she's been through enough already. I'm ready when you are. There she is, above us. She
Oh, there she
did
is.
make it home safely. Oh, good. It looks as if she wasn't collared like the other dragons. Poor thing must be worried sick, wondering what happened to her egg.
For what it's worth, she doesn't seem to have spotted us yet.
Let's hope it stays that way. At least until we've done what we came to do.
Revelio.
I wonder how many they brought to capture her. At least 10 usually.
How charming. They keep in touch with each other. Imperial.
She's breathtaking.
From a distance. Reparo.
Fantastic.
Ooh, we're at a fire dragon?
I wonder how good her eyesight is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't imagine the poachers fed her well. And from a distance, we probably look exactly like sheep to her. Hebrideans love sheep.
How lucky for us. Watch your step.
Starved to pick off a graphorn.
Or just raring for a fight.
Oh, shit.
Quiet, what was that? Well, there's no turning back now. Over here!
Wait here! I'll run ahead.
Whenever you're ready, I'll follow your lead.
I'll draw her attention. Follow when it's safe.
Watch out! It's her domain. She'll make sure to keep at it. We've just got to make it to the nest.
Oh, she isn't making it easy.
Not a warm welcome.
It's a little too warm, if you ask me. I don't suppose she listened to reason.
I'd normally try, but we're well past that. Get to that opening below. If we can get to that, we can get to the nest. She's leaving! Quickly!
Brilliant.
There's the nest. We're almost there.
Almost there.
Why is every bridge here broken?
Exactly.
Reparo.
Luckily, repair feel satisfying.
Now, if we just return her egg, we can hopefully make it out without too much fuss. That was brilliant! And did you see how clever? She left us perfectly unharmed.
Creatures are a lot cleverer than most people realize.
That's what Gran always says. The important thing is that we survived it, and we returned her egg. Thank you for doing this with me. Wouldn't blame you one bit if you wanted to head back to the castle and never think about dragons again.
Shall we head back? I'm ready if you are.
I am. After our dragon rescue at Hauntow Hall, I half expect to be ambushed by poachers any time I'm not in the castle.
Understandable. We did sabotage their fighting ring and steal a dragon egg from them.
True. So why haven't they come after us? It's not like them to let things lie. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless they haven't let things lie. Oh no, I can't believe I didn't see it. We need to leave. I need to send an owl. How could I have been so blind?
Well, I'm starving. This is what honeydukes have. An enemy under your control, Imperial curses other targets with each successful strike. Ooh, let's get that one. Oh, I can't open.
Revelio.
I've heard that our dear Clementine drew you into plenty for your perusal today. Take your time. I'd say that looks as if it was made for you. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about.
Come on in, come on in. Don't be shy.
Eye color. It doesn't tell me what eye color.
You take care now, and I shall hope to see you soon.
Let's go back to my room. All right, I'm back.
Dick
I get some food.
You should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
best one ever!
I'll play with your ass later.
Hello there.
Hello, Armeet. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I mean, I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. I mean, well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
You said you know gobbledygook, but how well?
I've been reading it for as long as I've been reading English. My parents have an extensive library. Once I grew bored with the classics, I devoured goblin writings. I'd tell you some titles, but you wouldn't understand them.
Have you ever spoken directly to a goblin?
Unbelievably, no. I'm so looking forward to it. Actually conversing in gobbledygook with a native speaker. Cannot wait to confirm subtle bits of pronunciation and tone that may have eluded me, being self-taught and all.
Lodgok is waiting. Shall we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
Revelio. Thank you for being willing to help me, Armeet.
You are very welcome. I'm looking forward to meeting your friend, Lodgok.
Lodgok is waiting. Shall we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
Seems a pleasant enough little place. Revelio.
Ooh, Merlin trial.
What do you have in store for me this time?
I see you.
Revelio. Accio. Arresto momentum. Levioso. Revelio. That's that.
Oh,
settled.
Easy.
for adventure, are we?
Arresto momentum. Accio. Levioso. Revelio. Accio. Depulso.
Oh, there you go.
Revelio.
I find where it goes.
Revelio. Depulso. Whoa. Revelio.
Oh, there we go.
Depulso. Merlin himself would be proud.
Nice. Now try to complete it. Dave.
Imperial. Defender. Bombarder. Confringo. Confringo. Depulso.
What do we have here?
Revelio.
Okay, let's see. See. Fight a little bit. Use that as my.
Protego. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda. Imperio. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda.
Me loud enough.
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here?
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped.
Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
How else did he expect Goblinkind to get the helmet back? Seems he has no interest in making amends with you.
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals: Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Gok. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bagalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Well, yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ?
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it?
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen. Either by the eye above the enchanted door, or a loitering loyalist.
What else should we know about the enchanted door?
The door will not open while the eye can see you. You and your friend must be invisible to it to gain access. From what I know of wizard magic, that shouldn't be too difficult to achieve.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
The door is looking at us.
Yes, of course. Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected.
Revelio.
I cannot believe I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward. Confringo!
Right. Out of the mine.
I still can't believe we're inside a real goblin mine. I've read about mines like this, but seeing one is something else altogether.
Accio!
Oh, for back. That's true. Hold extra.
Accio!
One less human to worry about.
Revelio! We need to be careful. As I'm sure you know, not all goblins are as friendly as Lodgok, to say the least. Revelio.
Where have those plans gone? I had schematics in my hand a moment ago. Ranrock is sure to appreciate the extra work we're doing.
Matter of time till Ranrock sets things right.
Let them kill each other. This is fun. We'll see that again.
Afraid to fight.
Oh, it is so fun.
I will make you.
Okay.
I've been fighting since before you were born.
Oh. How dare you! Why, this might be the best meal I've had in years. No, I mean it. I don't think I shall need to eat again till next week.
Petrificus totalis.
That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word. We're being watched. By a door. We won't get through as long as we can be seen by that eye.
don't wish to be seen, do we? I feel like a character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
Bound to be plans around here somewhere.
Revelio.
A schematic? They're building something. I can't quite make it out. Curious. There must be more notes around here. What could they be building?
Nothing about you! I won't rest until you're dead. Unforgivable! Nothing over here?
Patricus Totalis.
That's the last loyalist. Unfortunate, really. I'd imagine most goblins to be brilliant and kind. Fascinating to see gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary. I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
So far so good with staying in stealth.
Revelio.
Where am I going? Sure.
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
Imperial.
You're weak, human. How dare you?
It won't be long now before we find another repository.
Unforgivable!
Finally rule over.
At your service.
close to a breakthrough. I can feel it.
Kill each other. Still isn't.
Ooh, this shouldn't take long.
What was that? Any who oppose Ranrock will be eliminated.
Damn, gonna kill each other already. Come on.
The wizards will have no choice but to submit to us. Patrolling this area is a waste of my time. Have you not run away? You take to die, do you? No! Straight at us. Little moon calf. Who do you think you are? Gryffindor.
Damn.
Won't save you. Easily. Imperial.
Oh, this really is too much.
Stay close. I've handled much worse.
Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had expected.
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Accio. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Clever.
This is where you will face. Unforgivable.
No witch or wizard will be spared.
I love how it's like when I cast the Imperial Curse on them, all of a sudden they stop fighting. Yeah, nothing happens.
It's always my turn for patrol.
I deserve better than
Confringo! Defender! Protego! Imperial! Bombard! Confringo! Bombard!
You should have kept your...
Ah, shit.
I shall avenge your death.
Journey has ended. Let's say that's my first official death. Or
You will regret coming. You'd be better.
Accio! Confringo!
I won't rest. Was that your Accio? Not quite.
How many of them are there?
That should be the last of them I'll meet.
Confringo! Accio!
Revelio.
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here. We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
A welcome sight indeed. Can we please talk about what just happened?
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was. I'm afraid I've had enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Amit. I couldn't have done it without you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lodgok.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday. Without further ado, adieu.
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me. When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lodgok, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
Ooh, leveled up. 29.
I hope Professor Fitz...
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spintwitches as soon as you can.
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Confringo! Not so tricky after all, Merlin.
Broom upgrade. Wait, I'm just fast.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you.
I think if I sell all this stuff, I'll get it.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really fun.
Hello. Careful of the mandrakes. I haven't fed them yet. Well, what say we show you some of what's available? Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far. Doors always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
I wonder. Oh, if you can't see me, they can open. I can open. Okay, now I know.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Revelio.
Secret room.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course.
What sort of
Let's
overall
see,
look
let's see in
most
the room.
appeals to you?
I would like the room to feel as if it's being lit by the moon.
Sounds perfect.
And the statues got a lot more upgrades of Laura Mahora.
Revelio. Aloha Mora.
Aloha. I can't say it.
Revelio. Lumos.
Where did this go? I think I've seen this before.
Glacius.
Oh, is it? I've seen it before. What's the freeze clock?
Confringo.
Oh, it worked. Oh, you can see me.
Revelio.
Lack of ice.
Confringo.
move. Yep.
Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Accio. Confringo. Revelio. Accio.
Oh no, shit.
Take a moment to allow our...
Lumos. Oh.
You have our gratitude.
Accio. Aloha Mora. Revelio.
Revelio.
Oh dear. Not sure what kind of look you call that.
Hmm. Oh, there you go.
Mine now, demi guys.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Lumos.
Oh wow, it's pretty awesome.
Lumos.
Hmm. Here it is.
Lumos.
There you go.
Revelio.
I've always said that travel broadens.
I don't know what this does.
What are you up to now?
Where is it?
Aloha Mora.
Oh, there we go.
Mine now, Demi guys.
Let's see.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased.
No, I see it.
Aloha Mora.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
The headmaster shows no compassion. I deserve a location of warrants pride.
Collect every place.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Aloha Mora.
Revelio.
Confringo.
Revelio.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Moon.
Oh, greetings! Any luck removing some more of those demiguise statues?
I actually have some moons for you.
I cannot thank you enough. If you could just find a few more, I'd be so very grateful.
Where should I look for more demiguise statues and moons?
All of my usual haunts, which incidentally have now become quite haunting. Here in the castle, in Hogsmeade, and believe it or not, in some of the surrounding hamlets. Oh, my tormentor is nothing if not thorough. Kept me from all my usual engagements for an eternity now.
I'll keep an eye out for more demiguise statues and see if I can bring you more moons.
You are to be commended for your bravery and valor, especially since they can only be collected at night. I hope you've been staying vigilant with those demiguise statues. Someone must. Have you found any more of those ghastly demiguise statues?
Oh shit. Okay. Copy.
What if he sticks like this?
What? Don't be silly. It'll wear off in a few hours, I think.
You think?
It didn't before. That other boy was like it for a week.
A week? I don't feel well.
Oh, stop fretting. We'll have you with Nurse Blaney in no time.
I've just realised.
What? What is it?
I have an essay I need to finish for bins. 2 inches.
Merlins, I haven't done mine either.
What? Don't leave me here!
Did you memorise the dates of magical discoveries and goblin rebellions?
Not yet, no.
Where are you going? You can't leave me here!
You'll be fine. I'll check on you tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Billy Sting, you'll be a week like that.
Accio.
Natty doesn't seem to mind having her mother.
good, you're safe.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Hauntel Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm glad she's all right. I don't think either one of us could have anticipated that.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
Exactly what kind of creature is a Snidget?
It's a small bird with golden feathers. It's incredible. It has rotational wings that allow it to dart quickly in any direction. In fact, the golden snitch in Quidditch is based on the Snidget, which barbarically was actually used in the sport hundreds of years ago.
Why would Snidgets be valuable to poachers?
They could make more money with Snidgets than they ever would have fighting dragons. The golden Snidget's feathers and eyes are incredibly valuable. That's why they're believed to be extinct. They were hunted out of existence by wizard kind. If the poachers found some now, I can't bear to think about the horrific way they'd be bred and killed for profit.
Where exactly are these Snidgets allegedly hidden?
Gran says the journals were a bit cryptic, which is good. Perhaps the poachers won't be clever enough to find the birds. From what she recalls, the journals only noted that the key to finding them lay in the moonlight. Gran thinks it can be narrowed down to a handful of locations.
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the Snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it, but I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the Snidgets, if they still exist. We had the element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon, but the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us, who value creatures as much
Merlin's beard! You're a genius! The centaurs! They'd want the Snidgets protected at all costs.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it. I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan.
Hello. Are you my next Summoner's Court opponent?
Next, and last, most likely. I'm Grace, Pinch Smedley of the Bath Pinch Smedleys.
Pleased to meet you, Grace.
Shall we begin?
I'm game.
Well, let's see what you're made of.
Slytherin versus Slytherin.
You didn't see that. What a remarkable shot!
Ooh, 100? Oh, right. I'm gonna lead.
Impressive.
I have a knack for this. Okay, as long as she can win in the lead.
here.
Well, it appears I've been bested. Well played.
You played a good game, though, Grace.
I did play rather well, didn't I? Only one student has ever beaten me. She's very good. But if you play the way you did against me, you might stand a chance.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna wrap it up right here. I want to thank everyone who came to the stream and who's watching the video right now. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Ring the bell for notifications. I'll be back with more Hogwarts Legacy, especially more streams and videos, and more of them are coming. I want you all to have a good one, and I'll see you all very soon. All right, take care.
Thank you.